Alright, hello guys. Sorry for the late start. We just had a really poor turnout, so we needed to wait for one more person to join, at least hopefully. I would have gone through with 5 people, but 6 is more ideal, so I'm glad Ironic joined. So at this point, I want you guys to message me the order, like I was saying, but yeah, you guys can hear me perfect. When you're about to fight me, though, it might be best to not tell me what your order is. So I think wait until I send somebody my order. If I change it, I'll let you know, and then you can send me yours. I can't change it at that point, so. Yes, Maestro, that is my order against Ironic. Let me message you on my phone so people don't see it. Yeah, so I'll use my phone so that it's a complete mystery to other people. I mean, because I don't want orders to be constructed based on what other people are doing, ideally. So, uh, Ironic sent me his, so it doesn't matter. I'll stay out of DMs from now on. Yeah, let's get started. I'll get into commentator chat and then we'll get started. Ah. Alright, let's start the stage. Little elevator music, that's kind of funny. Anyway. I think I got them from everyone at this point, so. I'm also going to remove notifications from Discord so that people don't see them. Alright, taking note of all of these right now. Alright. So everybody should be here. Ezekiel's in the chat, in the voice chat. So Ironic, you're gonna fight me first. So let me get you the link. You sent me your order, but you can. Here's the thing, I sent Maestro the order I'm gonna stick with already, so it literally doesn't matter at this point. I'm not gonna change it, and if I do change it, Maestro can call me out on it. So yeah, don't be afraid to yell at me, Maestro, if I deviate from my order whatsoever. Yes, I'm aware you can see the screen, don't worry. And remember, you can change the orders each round, right? So after your first fight, you can do whatever you want. You just gotta let me know. And don't worry, I got rid of notifications, so it's not gonna pop up or anything like that. So Ironic, you can message me if you want to change it. Your name on the right. Oh, you might have meant the search bar. I don't know. I might have been searching you up for some reason. I think it was because what happened? There was a thing that happened with Warden, and he somehow banned you. I don't know. I think that's why I was looking up your messages. So anyway, I'll have a look at my phone here. Ironic did send me. I'm not gonna. You're gonna change. Okay. Let me look. I don't see his order. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna need an order from Ironic. Bro is researching you. It literally doesn't matter. Okay, I'll just write this down. Okay. And I'll just, hang on. Might be good there's only 6 people, actually. This could take a while if people keep changing them. Let me just make sure I know mine by heart. Here we go. By writing it down. Alright, fantastic. Let's get started. We're not going to be switching sides or anything, so we don't need to worry about that. And Ironic again, you're on the left. Meister's like, I picked the 5 worst. Okay, good luck, Ironic. I'm gonna be quiet for this one. Fun format, yeah. It has the potential to be really fun. So Ironic has no idea who I'm using, so. And again, yell at me, Maestro, if I do somehow deviate from my order. And only 5 flags, yeah. Huh, I'm surprised that cut didn't connect. I thought that'd be another double. But that's fine. That was a good round. That's a win for me, but it's not over. Keep the side. We'll just change characters now. You'll be on a different side in your next fights and stuff, so. Very good Isabella, by the way, ironic. Nicely done. Okay, just making sure I picked the right one. And I know who Ironic's picking too, but of course I made the decision before him who my order would be, so. Ah, good one, good one. Ironic's ahead by one. One more win and he wins this match, so I better not let him win. Up your timing so much with that. Okay. Last round. Good luck. We're gonna end this with a Polish saber fight. I almost said polar saber fight. Imagine if the Inuit had their own saber style. That'd be cool. Veronic wins. Alright, GG. Alright, and Maestro, you can change it, at least up to your fight. Sorry to not answer you right away. Was just focusing here on my own match, so just message me. I'll look on my phone. I won't look at it on my main screen here. Yeah, very close one. Very close one. Very good fight. Okay, Maestro. I'll just write your order down and the order of the others as well. So give me a moment, guys. I'll give you the link. Okay, Oak, I'm writing yours down. I'm just checking. All right, awesome. Luck, I'm just gonna look at yours now. I think you sent it a bit earlier, so. All right, Luck. Awesome, I'll send you the links now. How'd you win that? I don't know. Skill, man, yeah. That's what it was. That's what it was. Your Alexander's amazing, though, man. You should play him more. And I don't say that just because I main him. Like, you're just fantastic with him. When I was using Laszlo, man, like, I thought I was in trouble earlier on, to be honest, so. Alright, let's have a look. Who's on the left? That's Luck. And again, we'll maintain the sides like we did before. Oh, whoops, that's the right side. Hang on. Awesome. Alright, I have your characters. It's going to be a total mystery, but I know what you guys are supposed to pick, so you can get started right away. Think he wants to main him. Yeah, maybe. He's been thinking about it. I think the only reason he messes with longswords a lot is because he feels that they're really powerful right now. Oh, Luck, we need a fifth, by the way. I need a fifth character for later. Just play for now. You can message me privately. Might not matter if you win anyway. Anyway. Yeah, Luck's on the left with Barra, and we got Oak with his main. Oh, wait, Barra, okay. I see now. That's your fifth. Yeah, he's not on the list you gave me, so I assume that's the pick. Alright. And Oak is actually losing at the moment, not by much. It's only 5 flags. This goes pretty quickly. There's a snap cut to the head. Nicely done by Luck. Butterbash is a very tough Saber character. Oh, there's a Thunder Punch attempt. Luck is very good at throwing these, I don't want to say unorthodox moves, but diverse moves with many characters. That's a long guard cut, A cut, but unfortunately Laszlo hits pretty hard and his head was threatened. Once we get through this, it'll be much more smooth, especially if people stick with their choices or and what have you. So There's an upward slash, instant kill. Barbash is very lethal with those, actually. Okay, Ironic is changing his order. I will not say how. Alright, perfect. It's 2 Yazuks. And that is exactly what they picked, so... And again, luck with some really good moves here. Getting a lot of hits around the guard. Thrust to the face. It was more of a push cut, actually, since the point missed, and then he follows it up. And that was a very good win by luck, by the way, that with Barbash. That's against Oak's main, and Oak is considered one of the best Saber mains, so going toe-to-toe with him like this is quite an achievement. Oak is also a very good Yazuk player, so it's by no means an easy fight. Good A cut into Y cut by luck. Okay, a bunch of attacks by luck, seeing that Oak is tired, but Oak manages to block all of them. Corkscrew thrust recovers with the X retreat cut, and then he lunges in for the final hit. Nicely done by luck. Snap cut. Testing the defenses. Good leg void by luck. And fortunately that hit his head there, so luck's lunge was not enough to force a double or anything. There's a good stab by Oak. Can Oak follow it up, though? He gets another hit. No kill. Upward splash, but Oak sidesteps it and gets a good cut. Snap cut. Only residual damage there, then there's another cut. Stab attempt, but gets cut in the head. Good hit by luck. Another hit by luck. It's a very even fight again. Both moving back and forth. Trying to get a clean engagement here. A cut, retreat slash by Oak lands but doesn't kill, and Luck is able to follow up his lunge with another attack. Bit of a trade there, but Luck is really good at winning those, actually. Alright, we're not done yet. Luck has 2 wins, though. Yes, and Luck did pick Zera. Bunch of pokes by Oak. Oak is very good with Calc, so this might not go as well as Luck was hoping for. Perhaps Luck is trained with Zera, though. I don't know, to be honest. So I'm sure there was some thinking behind that. Maybe he just wanted a tough character to fall back on. Keep in mind, sabers are his thing. It's not long swords and whatnot, so. Okay, trade. Actually, an even fight, though, despite the... There's a trade. Finally, a clean thrust by Oak. I think traditionally Zera is considered a better character than Calc, at least in this matchup. But a really good Calc player can do stuff like this, where if Zera makes errors like this, he can be picked apart. Cut attempt by Oak. He was doing like that. It looks like a thrust, but it's actually a cut. He sort of turns it into a cut. But unfortunately, up close like that, it doesn't tend to land. But it can be a good move. I've made it work before myself in the Calc tourney, so. That's a good stab, picking Luck apart a bit, but that was a really good leg cut. A risk on his part, but it was a risk worth taking because he wasn't able to guard his leg while in the middle of stabbing. Very calculated move by Luck, and then there's a stab trade. Zera wins it. And Luck just needs one more, actually. He's turned this around. He's picked some moves that Oak perhaps didn't see coming. He's going for the holy stance. He does not get it. Keeps Oak on the back foot. He almost tagged him with the B cut, but Oak managed to hit him first, so. Whoa, that thrust was so close to landing. Luck, thankfully, did not walk into that. And then there's a good stab by Oak. And this has to be nerve-wracking for Oak because he could lose it right here. Thrust attempt backs away too far. Perhaps he's testing the waters, though, and not actually trying to hit him. Something you can do with Zera for sure. Rushes in a bit too far, and Oak takes advantage. Nicely done. Really quick stab. And we continue. Got Samuel from Oak, Marie from Luck. We've seen Marie do pretty well against Samuel, actually, but I do tend to consider Samuel to be a decent counter as far as Saber goes, so. Anybody's game. Oak mixing up his guard positions here. And Luck is actually pushing some initiative. But Oak goes for a thrust, then he gets a punch, but doesn't... Okay, he follows it up with the cut eventually, but that results in a double. Very messy fight. That's how it often goes, though. Thrust attempt misses, though, and Oak takes advantage immediately. High guard, and then some long guard. Using that thrust perfectly right there. Another kill. Samuel's thrusts are not usually regarded as the best, but Oak is making really good use of them, and he's using those cuts as area denial too. When Luck tries to move in, they have so much reach that they can actually tag him, even if he lands a bit of a stab first. There's a good stab to the arm by Luck, though, catching Oak with his pants down. Stab. Oh, actually, the stab didn't quite land. It kind of, for some reason, missed the thigh. So, yeah, that's Oak's point. And Oak made one more. There's a Y cut from long guard. Doesn't land, though. That's a good stab. And Luck tries to take advantage of that missed thrust, but Oak just jumps out of the way. Oak knew he was in danger, and unfortunately that thrust didn't quite hit the face. Marie seems to just be showing her opponent mercy, unfortunately for Luck. There were two chances there to potentially at least hit. I don't know about kill, but they didn't. They weren't taken. So, all right, we got Izzy for Luck, hopefully, and Bara for Oak. I did not see the picks, but that's what it looked like. Thrust by Luck, and then there's the follow-up. The follow-up everyone fears. Nicely done. Cut to the arm, another cut, no kill because it was all tip, but alright, he forces a double. That was a good reply by Oak. Again, down to the wire though, we're down to the last characters. There's a thrust though. Those thrusts from Isabella, they're very dangerous. Very reliable when lined up properly too. And Luck is showing again how he's able to just bypass guards with just about any character. He has a good understanding of the angles, and that was a 3-hit combo. Oak just doesn't seem to have anything for his Isabella. I think Luck has used Isabella before, so he seems familiar at least with the moves. And there's a trade. Oak has to fence cleanly though. He can't be trading like this. Upward cut. Oh, there's the bug with Isabella. That's unfortunate for Luck. I doubt Luck meant to cancel like that. I think that was just the bug that she has, unfortunately. Not his fault, but it happens. And Oak took advantage. Nicely done. Sniped to the arm, but there you go. The thrust finishes it up. Changing up the move and the tempo to land a stab to the arm. And so Luck wins that one. Let me make sure I score the fights. I gotta score mine against Ironic too, it turns out. Oh yeah, we got Stuntman too against Maestro. Alright. Stuntman did send me his list, so we're good to go. You haven't played Izzy before, okay. For some reason I recall you playing Isabella. You play her like you have played her before, so. Oh, whoops. Okay, here you guys go. I'll just look at Stuntman's choices quickly. Awesome. Alright. Got his pits down. Got Maestro's pits down too. The link is out. You only play Yazik and Bar, so after that you were scared. Yeah, fair enough. I think most of us. It's the same for most of us, I think. Because you don't know what your opponent's going to do, too, right? But yeah, this is a good format to sort of test things out for sure. Waiting for Maestro. And Stuntman, stay in, by the way, because you have another fight after this. Luck is messaging me, so I'll deal with that. Okay, Maestro's at his brother's place, so there he is. Alright. Let me check out the side. Stuntman is on the left, Maestro is on the right. Yeah, 6 is about perfect. This format's taking longer than I expected, but that's okay. 6 for a round robin is reasonable in any format, so I'm happy with 6. That's why I wanted to do single elimination. I kind of anticipated it'd be a bit long, but hey, this is a lot of fun too. Yeah, so Stuntman left, Maestro right. Yes, Stuntman should be picking Yendrick, Maestro going with Yazik. Alright. It's kind of a cool format too, because you'll be roped into moments where you're fighting characters you probably didn't want to fight with the pick you made, right? And you're just stuck with it. Saber against Axe I tend to like. That's from the Saber's perspective, but I don't know if Yazik is the best for that. I think Laszlo's a better pick, but Maestro's stuck with it, so he's gotta live with it. Then again, Yazik has reach. He's got that going for him. I'm just worried about damage. If I'm playing Yazik, that is, I'd be worried about that. But as far as speed and reach, he does have it. Oh, that lunge. He was trying to get past the guard, I think. It didn't quite work out, though. And there's a good series of chops by Stuntman. And Yendrick's a powerful character in capable hands, so this is a cool wild card that he went with from the beginning. I like his thinking with that. Two cuts by Maestro with a kill. Maestro's not out of it. He tied it up. Okay, Maestro forcing Stuntman against the wall. That chop went right into the knee. That's brutal. Maestro managed to get a kill, though. So it's a double. Brutal knee chop. That's a terrible place to be hit. Certainly put you out of action. Maestro moving forward. He tries to... I think he wanted a cut, not a punch. Some cuts by Maestro, but he's punished instantly by Stuntman. Nicely done by Stuntman. Stuntman takes that first round. Continue. Yep, Stuntman is going with Izzy, and Maestro should be going with Izzy too. So we're getting an Izzy mirror. And Stuntman at this point is a very, very good Isabella player. and I would not consider him new by any stretch, so Maestro needs to give it his all. Stuntman has a game plan. He knows how to challenge the best, defeat the best even, and it's cool to see how he's grown over time. Saw him fight Warden too, and he was fighting him blow for blow, so very tough competitor. And Maestro gets a slight hit, but he gets stabbed, so it doesn't matter. Only a very light hit. He couldn't generate power. Maestro threatening with high guard and long guard. But again, he can't generate power. The thrust kind of caught his blade, and he didn't swing down in time. Snap cut by Maestro, but also gets punished. The fact that it's fast is also its weakness, actually, if that makes sense. Because it's so quick, it can be punished really quickly, too. But it is a good move. There's no doubt about it. You just gotta use it at the right time. The snap cut's also difficult to like combo with. You're sort of doing a one mover and hoping it works, which it absolutely can, but there's a thrust to the hand. Even fight like what I was sort of predicting there. And Stuntman gave Maestro a pretty hefty hit, but I don't think it actually hit him, so it more so hit the handle. Because the way Maestro covered himself up while cutting, that's a very good move of Isabella, and that's a trade. Yeah, looking at back, the blade did not like cleanly hit Maestro or anything, so very beautiful. Though the physics did look a bit odd, I will admit. And there's Stuntman getting that bug. It's unfortunate, but it did not affect the result of the fight really. Maestro high guard cut out of range though. I think he wanted the kill. Stuntman playing this very patiently, waiting for Maestro to make a move. Thrust attempt, but yeah, nicely done by Stuntman. That thrust shut down Maestro's line of attack. That's one really good use of the attack that I think is often overlooked because everybody focuses on its offensive utility, which is definitely pretty high. Somebody's lagging, maybe? FPS is 60, so that's not what it is. Alright, we're good. Good to know that's not a problem on this map. High guard cut. Maestro takes it. Nicely done. While the thrust can shut down lines of attack, if you set up a high guard cut right, that can also be a really easy counter to it. So, well done. We're still going. It's 1-1. Yeah, so Stuntman picked Bara, and Maestro picked Zera. There we go. And then, yeah, so I'm interested to see how this one will go, because Maestro is very good with Zera. He's been trying to get good with him. He saved his best for the second and third picks, I would say. Then again, his Yazuk is nothing to be trifled with either, so. But I really think Longsword is where he shines the most. Thunder Punch attempt by Stuntman, but gets immediately punished. No kill. Stuntman backed into a corner that's... I don't know if that's a good idea against Zera. Maybe he's lagging, though. He could be lagging. Let's just make sure. I believe he's lagging. Let me pause the game. Okay, it wasn't pausing at first. Stuntman, is everything alright there? It looked like you were lagging. Because when Maestro rushed towards you, you didn't do anything. Your ping looks perfectly fine. Let's stay away for now, Maestro. Let's unpause and see if Stuntman is good to go. Stuntman is no longer moving. Maestro was kind of bloodlusted there, so he didn't immediately stop, but I don't blame him. Because it's hard to tell sometimes. Stuntman, long guard if you're ready. You seem to be ready. Okay, apparently not. Alright, what's going on? Okay, alright, now he's probably... not getting controls. That's odd. Let me reset them. I'm gonna reset gamepads. Alright, you guys should be able to take your sides. You able to move? Okay. Stuntman can move. Can Maestro move? Wait, are you guys controlling each other now? That's bizarre. Hang on. Okay, let's just restart this one. That's really odd, but we'll do it again. Stuntman left, Maestro right. You might have to select again because I reset the gamepads. So what's going on? Okay, I'll kick Stuntman out. We'll get him back in. Let me check YouTube chat. Maybe somebody's been trying to talk to me there. Nope. Okay, hopefully Stuntman joins back. He hasn't joined back yet. Okay, let's get going. Yep, stick with your picks, of course. Perfect. You guys can move. Okay, there's a kill for Stuntman. Maestro got 2 early kills, though. Stuntman playing very conservatively. You have to be careful playing like that against Zera, though. Sometimes that's what the Zera player wants. That was a good series of hits, though, beating the thrust down, then getting a snap cut. Stuntman wants Maestro to make a mistake, and it is a good strategy. You just have to be careful with it. You don't want to turtle up too much. You want to, like Stuntman is doing, you want to punish as soon as you see an opportunity. There's a double. Okay, Maestro's tired, but he backs away. He has enough stamina to do a windmill. And there's a good cut to the arm, but Stuntman is still in it. Thrust by Maestro gets a hit. Kind of nicked the shoulder and the face a bit. And this is the issue if you're too defensive, you can get backed into a corner. And there's the Thunder Punch. Unfortunately, the Thunder Punch is often not a viable move. It's a very flashy move, though, and it's his only rush attack, so I don't blame him for trying it. Thankfully, he got a cut to the head, but that was a very dangerous cut by Maestro. Maestro trying to duck out of the way there, but he got hit. Stuntman not out of it yet. Very tough matchup for Barbash, I would say. Maestro forcing him into a corner. And you can see how Maestro's pressure is working, but Stuntman with the counter cut. Maestro perhaps going with the wrong move. And it's anybody's game now. Anybody's game. Okay. Somebody paused. Hopefully you're both good. Alright. Maestro rushing in, but it gets punished. Nicely done by Stuntman. Maestro picked a good angle, but he was too far. Okay, so Stuntman has 2 wins. At this point, he needs 1 more. So Stuntman, go with your pick. And yeah, he went with Zera for this one. Maestro unfortunately stuck with Marie. I don't think he's happy with that. I'm sure Stuntman is, though. Stuntman testing the waters. He has to be careful, though. Yeah, those thrusts to the down the pipe with Marie are very dangerous. Usually Zera parries them, but if you open yourself up with Zera, it can still be a problem. Okay, Stuntman not making much of an effort to close in. As I say that, actually, he goes for a cut, so that was well done. Commentator's curse, he immediately does the opposite. Oh, I don't know what's happening, but Stuntman missed that cut somehow. That's a shame. I thought it was lined up. Maestro getting a bunch of stabs. Yeah, it was weird. Stuntman pushed Maestro, but then he stopped, and then unfortunately his cut should have still landed, but it didn't. It was interesting. Maestro going with high guard. Then he gets another stab. Slash to the head, then slash to the shoulder by Stuntman. Nicely done. Maestro has been very precise with Marie so far, so Stuntman needs to figure something out. These attacks out of range do not benefit him. Tired swing, but Maestro is able to kill before he lands it. High guard by Maestro. I think he's trying to go for a thrust around Zera's guard, actually, not a cut. Most Marine mains, when they do this, are trying to cut. Yeah, that's what he wanted. There's a stab to the arm. Took out a good chunk of Zera's stamina. It looks like he even hit the chest, according to the game, anyway. Maestro getting a bunch of hits, but unfortunately, they aren't very good hits, and Zera gets a cut to the head. We've seen Stuntman come back before, so he might do it again. He's not closing the rapier down nearly enough, I don't think. Oh, he didn't do it correctly, though. Yeah, so Maestro punished it. This is down to the final fight. Go ahead and make your picks. Marie from Stuntman and Badabash from Maestro. I love how these are all coming down to the wire, pretty much. We're seeing a lot of even fights, so... Long guard by Maestro, but unfortunately what happened there was he gave Stuntman an opening by moving forward. Yeah, that was better. He maintained distance a little bit and then caught the blade properly to get a thrust. Low guard by Stuntman, then he switches back. Meister going for thrusts and slashes from long guard, and it works. He keeps the blade at bay. Yeah, they are very entertaining. I'm enjoying them. Inquartada by Stuntman, but it's not working, and Maestro just cuts him open with those push cuts. They're stabs, of course, but because the point is missing, the edge is what's doing the damage. So that's a pretty brutal way to end somebody for sure. And there's a stab by Stuntman. Stab to the face, another stab. Stuntman is really struggling to defend against those. I think Barabash is a good counter to Marie. Thrust again, and the Inquartada doesn't quite land. It's not always the most accurate. So Maestro takes it. Very good fight though, guys. And that concludes the first round. We only have 5 of them. So now that we've gotten through the first round, hopefully this goes much more smooth. Stuntman, stay in though. You're not done yet. We have to get you to fight Oak now. Yeah, that was a really intense one. Ironic had me shook too, man. Here's a tough fight. Last chance to make any edits you want. I'll check the messages on my phone if you are. Alright, I'm just gonna have a look. Alright, we should be good to go. Everybody's in, so hopefully the names are good. So Oak is on the left, Stuntman is on the right. And good luck. Now, Oak goes with Laszlo, that's not surprising. And we should see a Yendrick from Stuntman, which might not be the best matchup, but we'll see. I have seen Yandrick defeat Laszlo before. It's just I think Laszlo is so good at closing him down. So, but we'll see. If Stuntman plays it just right, he can definitely take Laszlo apart to pick Laszlo apart. And that was a good way to do it there. The retreat X chop. Perfect angle, and he caught Oak as he was trying to come in, because Stuntman knows that. That's Oak's goal, to move in. Oak going for a thrust. It does do some damage. It's a dangerous move against Yandrik. A dangerous move for Yandrik, I should say. Something he has to watch out for, but it doesn't kill. That was another good hit by Stuntman. Stuntman gets his axe beaten down a bit, but he gets a quick chop to the arm. Nicely done by Stuntman. Very good technique. Stuntman going for a really fancy chop there. It doesn't quite land. Gets a strike, not a chop, with the haft. And there's a stab by Oak. Really nice. Oak gets goes for a lunge, but that's not a very good move that close. He was too close for that attack. And eventually Stuntman takes advantage of that. But Stuntman first had to focus on staying out of Laszlo's range, because Laszlo's really quick. So even if Laszlo makes a mistake, he can follow it up very quickly. Stuntman's tired after that stab. That's unfortunate. I'm sure he was going for a retreat chop or something, but it just didn't work. Thrust attempt. Jump attack, and then he parries with that chop. That was good because he almost got punished. Yeah, Oak's still in it. It's a very messy fight, but that's the nature when you're fighting sword versus axe. It's not going to be very clean for either fighter. Alright, so Oak is trying to find an opportunity to close in. He might have been a bit too hesitant, and Stuntman takes advantage. Nice hit to the hand. And we continue. Stuntman has a win. And Oak is going to use Yazik, of course. We know Stuntman is using Isabella. Bit of an exchange here, but Stuntman has an early advantage. And that's a trade, but Stuntman didn't hit with the sweet spot in his blade, whereas Oak did. So Oak got the kill. Plus, Oak's was a headshot. And Oak is trying to get a snipe in there. Yazik's reach is actually pretty comparable to Isabella. It's like I've been saying before, it's because when you're holding a longsword, your hands are kind of glued together, whereas with a saber, you can extend your arm all you want, pretty much, so. The only limit might be if the saber's hilt enforces a hammer grip or something. So you can't, like, flick your wrist, but Yazich definitely allows for some wrist play, so his reach is pretty damn good. Sometimes the longsword has more reach too, though. It's a big weapon after all. Exchange, and actually Oak gets the better end of that. Because Stuntman is not able to land a hit. There are some pauses there. I hope Stuntman's not having any issues. He was having issues with his controls earlier. That's a double. Even fight so far. Thrust by Stuntman. It doesn't land, but the cut does. Wow. Takes the hand off despite Oak's attempt at countering. I thought that thrust was lined up anyway, so You know, the cut might have looked weird, but Oak was in trouble no matter what, it seems. Right, Oak testing the waters a little. Seeing how Stuntman reacts when he moves. Trying to snipe at the thrust now. That's another trade, and it does not result in a win for either fighter. It's a double. Gotta be careful trading with the saber against the longsword. Nicely done. Good timing by Oak with that riposte. And that's how you do it. That's how you fight longsword when you're using a saber. You try to set up those ripostes. And that's another double. Good thrust by Stuntman, but he left his head open. And that was a really precise cut to the wrist, taking the hand off. Okay, Stuntman needs one more to get 2 wins. Okay, Stuntman back in the corner, letting Oak get some ground, and that results in a double. And a really good snipe to the head by Oak. Okay, Stuntman backing off. Goes for a low guard, but he pays for it with that attack that he tried to throw. It's kind of wide. Opens you up. 1-1. Okay, Oak with Calc and Stuntman with Bara. This is Oak's chance to try and bring it back here. Stuntman doesn't play Barabash very much. Oak has definitely played Calc a lot, so he knows what he's doing. Good stab by Oak. Yeah, Oak's in good shape here. I think Calc has an advantage in this matchup. Another stab. Yeah, Oak is much more experienced and he's landing a lot of good hits. Stuntman needs to find a way to close in so he can use his speed to his advantage. That's his main advantage. Ah, the Thunder Punch again. It's not a very good move, and Oak punished it immediately. It's so flashy, and it does get past Barrow's guard, to be fair. It's just, it doesn't hit hard enough, and it's kind of telegraphed, and Oak just goes for a cut and gets a clean win. Alright. So Stuntman should have Zera, and Oak should have Samuel. Glad you're enjoying the tournament, Luck. It is a lot of fun, yeah. I'm actually curious what you think, Maestro, by the way. Should this count for a title? I wasn't sure, because it's a little bit gimmicky, but ultimately everybody's using the mains they like, right? They're just sort of picking backups. Feel free to let me know what you think. Sidestep, nicely done by Oak, but he still gets hit eventually. I see what he was trying to set up, though, and that was a good attempt. Very similar characters here of how they fight. Push, but it doesn't actually achieve a whole lot. And another hit, but it's a very light hit. And so Stuntman gets the better end of that. Big cut by Stuntman. Oak steps out of the way. You're still limited. Yeah, that's fair enough. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. I didn't think so either, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it was more so for fun anyway. That was the idea of it, so. Snap cut to the head. Nicely done. Yeah, that's a good point about being limited because you're only limited to 5 characters out of the, what is it, 12 or something, so. You also can't stick with your main the whole time, so yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. Yeah. This'll just be for bragging rights. Good snipe attempt by Oak. Good exchange, actually. Both fighters doing really well. And Oak gets a bit of a snipe in there with that lunge. Getting some initiative now. And unfortunately, Oak is not able to get a clean hit. Stuntman's blade dominated the bind, so. Cut attempt to the leg by Oak, but Stuntman takes it, and again we're down to the last round here. So Oak is gonna go with Bara, and Stuntman is gonna go with Marie. We've seen before that Bara can win this one, so. Good cut by Stuntman, actually, in the opening. Those are very lethal cuts that Marie has, provided they hit the head. If they hit anywhere else, they don't do a whole lot for damage. Cut again by Stuntman. Cutting might be the key here. A good mix of cutting and thrusting. And Oak trying to get close, but he actually pays for it. He gets punched, and then he gets a cut. Blade beat to the rapier there. And that gives Oak a point. Very good move. Got a ping of some kind. I'll just... Oh, yeah. It's just... Okay, nice cut again by Stuntman. As Oak tries to go in for the thrust. That might be the counter. Okay, Stuntman needs one more. Oak trying to use Long Guard to his advantage. Backs away, though, when he senses danger. Needs to close in. Stuntman needs to keep his distance. A thrust attempt. Very close. There's a cut. And there's a stab by Stuntman. Stuntman getting a bit tired. And Oak takes the opportunity. Thrust to the face by Oak, and this is down to the last flag. This has been happening a lot. Thrust attempt, and there's a cut. Thrust by Oak, and a little bit of a cut, and unfortunately Stuntman is tired, so that's why that thrust didn't do a whole lot. And Marie's arm seems to have hyperextended. The way it was bending there, that looked pretty awkward. Or extending, I should say. So Stuntman. Whoops, I almost gave him negative 10 points. Jeez. Alright, Maestro Cake and Ironic. I know the characters you're going with, so we're good there. Okay, except to do both. Maestro will get the left, Ironic will get the right. Okay, Maestro Cake left, Ironic right. Okay, Yazuk by Maestro. And we got a Calc by Ironic. There's a cut. Another cut. Nicely done by Ironic. This pick might have surprised Maestro. We haven't seen a whole lot of Calc from Ironic, so... But I think I understand where he's coming from with this pick. Calc is a very good point fighter, but he's also very good at cutting, so he's kind of versatile in that way. Also, Ironic uses this weapon in real life. This is one of the weapons he uses, so there's probably a bit of that logic going on too. Nice beat by Maestro, then he hits the head. Parries by Maestro. I'm surprised he didn't respond though. That was really weird. I hope he wasn't lagging. Nice hit. close round. Yeah, these have been close fights, guys. Nice combination by Ironic. Taking advantage of Kalkstein's reach. Don't know how I confused those two, but bunch of cuts by Maestro going with the most long-range option, but it doesn't quite work. He gets stabbed. It's a little bit telegraphed. It's a pretty quick move, but there's a bit of a telegraph before it, so that gives Ironic a chance to just stab him. All right, go ahead with your next picks. Ironic will be going with Zera, and Maestro will be going with Zera too. So this will be a really fun fight. These two are very familiar with the character, so. And by the way, Luck, you're fighting me after this one, just so you know. Alright, nice kill. By the way, guys, if you're messaging me and I don't seem to be responding, I am responding. I'm just looking at it on my phone. So I am switching up the orders. Alright, sorry I'm not quite focusing the fight, but gotta make sure we have that in order. Alright, perfect. Alright, let's focus back on the fight here. So Ironic and Maestro are evenly matched. I think we expected this. High guard cut. Ironic probably used that as bait, though. I don't think that was an attempt to hit. Maybe also an attempt to catch Maestro if he moved in. Ironic with a push. It doesn't land, unfortunately. I think the push was the wrong move there. I think he should have just cut. A cut would have worked. Yeah, the cut is much faster, so he should have just cut. And that's the way it is. It's the way it should be. Pushes are very niche, but they can be done. We've seen them done. And that's how it is. That's how it should be. Maestro moving in. He gets a push, speaking of which. Maybe inspired by the fact that I was saying pushes can work. Ironic didn't expect it, so he didn't respond in time. There's a thrust by Ironic. Again, evenly matched here. Ironic moves in. They both get a hit. I was going to say, how did Ironic not get a hit? But he did. It was just kind of delayed. Both were slight hits, though, and then there's the Holy Stance cut by Ironic. Really nice to see that move in action. Snap cut, and they both hit each other. Not very much damage. And Ironic takes the opportunity. Perfect distance management. And Ironic needs one more to claim victory here against Maestro. And we're going to see an Izzy mirror, in fact. Wirchow by Ironic, and then follows it up with the retreat cut. I'm not sure he planned to do this Wirchow, but that was actually a really good move for that situation. Because it displaced Maestro's blade, and Maestro got a snap cut as Ironic tried rushing in. Maestro testing the waters, applying some pressure. Snap cut again, and then follows it up. Nicely done by Maestro. Thrust by Maestro, and follows it up with the retreat cut. And that's a double, a weird double, but it's a double. Cut by Ironic, and another strange double. There's the posted Idona by Ironic, and he got away with it. He didn't actually throw the swing, though. And there's a stab, dips under. Maestro rushes right in and gets the kill. Nicely timed. High guard by Maestro gets a kill. One more needed. High guard cut by Ironic counters the push. Perfectly executed. Yeah, I know about the bug. Don't worry. Thrust by Maestro. He got 2 hits, actually. Ironic has to be careful here. He's trying to push aggression, but he's not really backing it up with an attack. I grab a Maestro, but then he does a thrust. Nicely done. Kept Ironic guessing, then pushed the offensive with a thrust. Ironic is still ahead, but that's a win for Maestro. So Ironic should be going with Alex. There you go. And Maestro is going with Barra. Yeah, so we're going to see Ironic's tricky Alex out again against Maestro's Barra. I'm curious how this will turn out. Ironic really likes using the new moves, and there's an upward slash that just gets right past Alex's guard. Ironic might not have expected that. The new move by Ironic. Good attempt. Another good attempt, but Maestro is catching him. Now he's tired. Does Maestro take initiative? No, he doesn't. Not in time. And so that's a double. Ironic should be happy with that, because that was a very desperate situation. Ironic forces a double with a big cut. Maestro is picking him apart so far. Ironic's only able to stay in the fight by landing a good hit and turn. And same thing here. They pretty much hit each other at the same time. At least Maestro's only 1 ahead, though. We can't say he's completely dominating. Good retreat cut, sniping the arm by Ironic. Ironic starting to figure out Maestro's game plan, is starting to punish him for it. That's the new move, but again it gets punished. It's very good at pushing, but you have to use it at the right time, otherwise it easily gets punished like that. Okay, Ironic is up against the wall here. Tries to push a bit of offensive, but Maestro backs away out of range. And Maestro beats his blade down and gets 2 cuts. And finally lands the new move. Ironic's been trying that a lot. When it lands, it's very devastating for sure, but it's a very technical move. It has to be used properly. That's the other new move, but Maestro defends very close. Maestro didn't do anything for some reason. Yeah, unfortunately, Ironic had to do something, though, because if he didn't, then Maestro could have attacked any time. And there's that upward splash again. Gets right past Alex's guard. Jump attack by Ironic, but it forces a double. Maestro's a very good saber player, so I'm not surprised he's putting up such a good fight. Similar style to Yazik, too. So he's not really out of his element. And there's the upward cut. And the last match is going to be a round, I should say, is going to be the Marine Mirror. Whoever wins this one wins the match. And again, we're down to the final round with this one. It's been a very consistent trend. Meister trying to beat the blade down, goes for a thrust, but he gets set aside. Two hits by Maestro, but they aren't very good hits, apparently. Ironic could get tired, though, so that's good for him. The HP is down. And Cortada. Stab. There's a stab by Maestro. And Ironic's was too far. Or too close, I guess, actually, because it didn't get enough power. Thrust by Ironic. Maestro for sidestep to counter it, and they trade. Maestro crossing the blades, but he doesn't capitalize on that. He had a chance to loop over and get a hit, but he didn't take it. Alright, he takes his chance there. They still trade a little bit, but Maestro got the better end of that one. They cross, and Ironic gets the better end, but too far for the Incortada. And they cross blades. You can see how yeah, Maestro gets 2 short thrusts. That's how you do it. But you can see how the move doesn't do a whole lot of scrape damage, if at all. It actually did nothing there, so... That's the balancing factor. You gotta use it at the correct range, or it's kind of useless, actually. Maestro gets a slight hit, but not a very good hit. Ironic goes straight down the middle with a single thrust. Maestro is out of range, and he tries to grapple, interestingly enough. I don't think he meant to. Or that could have been an attempt to grab the Incortada, but I don't think that works. Double lunge by Maestro, but again too far. Now too close, but he gets the grapple this time. That was well done. It's not a sword fight, it's a fight with swords. You gotta watch out for those. You don't tend to expect them in a rapier fight, though. It's the funny thing. Certainly not in this game. In Cortada, yep, yep. Alright, this is coming down to the wire once again. All these matches are. There's a stab by Maestro, punishing Ironic's attempt at rushing. Okay, Maestro sidestepping ever so slightly. Ironic moving back and forth. Yeah, there's the dashing. Pick that up in the Hematurny a little bit. Trying to bait something from Maestro, and there's some push cuts there, but Maestro follows up. The Incortada missed, and so Maestro was safe to just stab him. Very good fight, guys. A surprising win, perhaps, for Maestro, too. Hellish spent luck in here. Yeah, nice fight, guys. It was really, really close. And I will take the left. Luck will get the right. I'll just deal with the names here. Luck is looking for a bit of revenge, because I've defeated him many times in tournaments, but we'll see if he can change things here. Yeah, first pick Isabella. Alright, good fight. Next round now. going with his main, and I'm going with my main, so that's exciting. Unfortunately, that's it, though. Because I won 3 times, but very good fight. Alright, so see how long it's been? It's been like 2 hours actually. That is fairly long considering but it's a good way to increase the length of the round robin, so I don't mind. Let's get Maestro and Oak in here. It's going more smoothly now, so that's good. Let me just make sure I have all the lists updated properly. Okay, they're both coming in. Yeah, you'll get there, Luck. Don't worry. It was a very good fight, though. Alright, let's get started. Let me deal with the names. Alright, yeah, Maestro on the left, Oak on the right. Alright, good luck, guys. Oak is going with Laszlo, and Maestro is going with Isabella. Good kill by Oak in the opening. And I see what Oak was probably trying to do, but he got stabbed in the arm. If he had parried that thrust, he would have had a perfect opportunity to get another hit. Another thrust by Maestro, too far. Oak is keeping his distance. Now he goes in. Actually, as I say that, he just goes right in. That's what you need to do. And Maestro went with a really slow cut, so it was easy to counter. A bit risky, but Oak was quick enough on the draw. Maestro with an upward cut. That's a dangerous move against for Laszlo, and really good cut. Nice to see them both using their mains here. We're seeing them at their best, and Oak actually gets the better end of that because Maestro's cut was not lined up properly. That's just to do with positioning. Oak with the retreat cut, but Maestro actually coming up with the perfect response to it. Retreat Y cut might have been better. It's hard to say, though. That also might have been punished. There's a slash to the belly and then retreat cut by Oak. Disemboweled Isabella, then finished her off. Snap cut, but then gets cut as well. Thrust by Maestro too far. Another thrust too far, but he tries to punish any counterattack with a cut that might have been part of the plan. Maestro has to watch his stamina. He's been throwing some attacks. And that's a double. Disemboweled Laszlo, but his skull got split in two. Good attempt by Maestro, but Oak saw it coming a mile away. And that attack went past the guard, hitting the leg. Very even fight to start off. Maestro needing one more, Oak needing one more. Oak throwing some neutral Ys. He's trying to figure out how to snipe Maestro here. Maestro of an upward cut, but he doesn't follow it up in time. And unfortunately for him, Oak gets the win in the first round. We got the next round incoming. Oak is going to go with Calc. Maestro is going to go with Zera. Maestro rushing in, but he expected the Oak to try countering. That was why he did the retreat cut. There's a thrusting match, and that results in a double. Apologies for the yawning, by the way. I promise I'm not bored. But that was a good stab by Oak. And Maestro actually repeats the thrust. Haven't seen that with Zera very much. Yeah, Maestro is trying to use his maximum range here to full effect. And I'd say it's mostly working. Oak is struggling to find an answer to Maestro's attack. That was a good thrust, though, punishing the Holy Stance attack. Slash, and then a cut to the arm. Wow, that was beautiful by Maestro. Maestro needing one more hit to the head, but no kill. No kill. Some good damage, though. That could prove decisive, and there's a thrust. Nicely done by Maestro. Okay, we should see a Yazik against another Yazik. This will be a good match. It's 1-1 so far, by the way. Both very good Yazik players. We're going to see who's the better Yazik player. think Maestro might have a bit more practice here, so I'd give him the edge on those grounds, but you never know. Oak is a really good Yazoo too. Oak is doing some retreat cuts. Maestro keeps up the pressure and gets a kill. Thrust. And that's a lunge, and there's a trade. Both trying to get at the gaps in each other's defenses. Sidestep gets cut though. And Maestro getting tired. Thanks to that wound he received. Oak tries to seize the opportunity, but Maestro just throws a bunch of cuts. He doesn't care about defense. Sidestep, nicely done by Maestro. Oak's auto guard is not serving him well here. Two hits by Oak. Oak is still in the fight. By the way, after this round, I'll just take a short break. I'm going to grab a coffee, and then we'll get back into it. So we'll conclude this third round, the entirety of the third round, then we'll take the break. It's roughly the halfway point, just above, so. Upward slash by Maestro, trying to make something happen. Oak is keeping his distance, going for very quick moves. Maestro's doing the same. They're sniping at each other. Good upward slash by Maestro finishes this round. Maestro needs one more. And we're going to see a Bara from Maestro and a Samuel from Oak, which is a really interesting matchup. Maestro's in a good spot because even if he does lose this one, he still has the final round to fall back on. Kind of stuck inside here because it's so smoky again, so I'm glad I was able to set up a tournament after all. I'll probably be available for some PvP as well later, or whatever I decide to do. And Oak gets a good sniper, Samuel. I do have some reading I need to do though, so hopefully I remember to do that. Snap cut, nicely done. Basically, the story with that is the prof is having us read something before we do our class, so I'm used to it though. As a history major, that's, you know, that's your life. Your life becomes doing readings, and it becomes. I mean, obviously you do get some free time, and in theory you have a lot of free time. You know, you don't necessarily have to do the readings. It's just if you don't do them, you're not gonna be able to follow the class very easily, and you're not necessarily gonna do very good in the exams. So that's how it is. Sometimes the readings are important for assignments too, of course. Nice feint actually by Oak with the false edge cut. You never read and do great, to be honest. Yeah, it's not for everyone. Sometimes there's just too many readings too, for sure, and you just gotta sort of prioritize, like which ones are more important. I know some people struggle with it too, like for a variety of reasons. So anyway, as we were talking, Oak got his point. So now we got a really interesting fight. We got Gideon against Marta. Sorry, Marie. Yeah, Maestro picked Marie. So I'm curious where this will go. If Maestro plays his cards right, he can just stab Oak anytime he wants. So Oak will have to defend himself intelligently here. Yep, that long guard is going to be crucial. Oh, that was very close. That was very close. It might have whiffed over her head, actually, a little bit. Maestro of two thrusts. He backs away, though. He's afraid of getting too close, which is understandable. Blade beat. Nicely done by Maestro. Thrust attempt. Poking and prodding, but Oak gets close enough to land a thrust of his own. And this is yet another match that comes right down to the wire here. And I could see it totally coming down to the last flag, too. Thrust attempt by Maestro. His blade gets beat down, actually, by a cut, though, after that thrust. And Oak is able to set that rapier aside and get a kill. I believe Oak did another cut after that thrust, so that's why it was beaten. Blade beat attempt. Oak breaks blade contact just in time, though. And that's the danger of attacking the blade. If you attack the blade and not the swordsman, then sometimes you get situations like that where your opponent can just move the blade away. Oak wasn't close enough to counter, though, so Maestro got some hits in. Now they're... Okay, that was interesting. They're both standing still and making blade contact. Now Maestro's trying to beat that blade down. Oak is kind of forced to hold this long guard position, but the problem is if he does, Maestro can cut him. So at no point is Oak like totally safe unless he can find a way to close in quickly. And that's really what Oak needs to do. He can't rely on his defense. He has to move in. And unfortunately, he's too far. Yeah. That was a good blade beat, but he was still too far. Maestro with a bunch of cuts. Cuts with Marie are a bit iffy. That was a punch by Oak. He probably wanted a cut. That's unfortunate. He beats the blade down. That's a good follow-up when you fail the thrust. Maestro gets another hit. A few hits here. Now Oak is tired. That's actually a pretty fast, tired swing. That's not something you want hitting you for sure. And Maestro needs one more. I've seen this matchup go either way, but considering Maestro is experienced with Marie and Oak, I assume, is not experienced with Gideon, it makes sense that it's going Maestro's way. Yeah, the problem is Oak is just not closing the distance enough, I don't think. Those stabs, I thought went past, but they didn't quite land. That's good for Oak. He was holding long guard, so... Oak is tired. Maestro being cautious, though, because he did recover. And then there's the cut to finish it off. Well played by Maestro. And now we got Stuntman against me. Stuntman will get the left side. Alright. Alright, hopefully Stuntman is around. I don't see him in the voice chat, but I think he's still around, so. Yeah, he's online. Okay. So we're just gonna wait for him. By the way, Luck, when you fight Ironic, I want you to stay in because you'll be fighting Stuntman after your fight. We won't have any repeats after that though, so that's good to know. Let's look at the standings here while we wait. Oh, yeah, he might be busy. Sometimes he's a little. Oh, he might be changing up his order. That could also be, yeah. 1 sec, using the bathroom. All right. That's not a problem. We can wait. So at this point, Maestro is actually ahead. He hasn't lost a fight after all. I'm ahead of Ironic, apparently. I thought Ironic defeated me, so that's interesting. I think that might be because I defeated the one who defeated Ironic, which makes sense. I'm just having a look here. That's the only reason I can think of. No, that's not the case. I don't know then. But yeah, I'm apparently ahead of him in second place, but I'm not on track for first place. Maestro is, so somebody's gonna have to knock him down a peg. Okay, Stuntman is in. Again, Stuntman, you're on the left, and I'll be on the right. I imagine Stuntman will be sticking with his order. I'm sticking with mine, by the way, just so you know. So go ahead, you're on the left. Yeah, so that means I use Isabella first. That's a bit scary. I'm gonna have to fight as Isabella. Actually, that's late. Actually, that's an interesting play by him. That said, he's been doing well with other characters, so I shouldn't underestimate him by any means. I'm hoping to win early, though. Yeah, I gotta remember my whole strat for defeating his Yandere with Isabella. Wasn't using it at first. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Alright. So that's a little trick for people who may struggle with Isabella against Yandrick, the B cut, the forward B cut. What that does is it covers your head a bit as you cut upward into his arm. So usually you don't use um, cuts upward against Yandrick with sabers because he catches them, but with longsword it's a different story. And so very often the sword covers you and you're guaranteed a hit if you get really close. So there's definitely a way to counter it with Yandrick. I will not say how, but yeah, that's how you want to do it. What I did in the opening though, don't do that. That doesn't work very well unless you're close enough. It worked in Hema, but it's a very different dynamic. A little bit of jank, but I was close, so. Alright, that went way better than I expected. Not a very good matchup for Alex, so. But I know how to play it, so. Alright, I'm gonna go with Laszlo. I know Stuntman's going with Bara. Alright, good luck. Wasn't sure what else to do. You were doing very well. Um, okay, I got Marie. Stuntman is going with Zara. That's scary. Oh boy. Good luck. Yeah, very scary. Stuntman actually has me in a very good spot here. At first I thought having his strongest character for last was a bad idea, but it actually might turn out to be a good idea. Because he managed to do just well enough with Bara against my Laszlo, so let's see how it goes. Again, that went way better than I expected. That was kind of the theme of this. I was in some unfavorable matchups, I would say, at least with some of them, and then I still managed to come out on top. But Zara is always scary as Marie. I was just lucky I was able to set up some really precise stabs. So that's really the key as Marie. You gotta kill Zara really quickly. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Because whenever the blades start crossing, Zara's gonna have an advantage. Alright, let's move on. We got Ironic against Luck. Of course, there's a little bit of beef between these two. Obviously, I'm joking a little, but it's all in good fun, but yeah, there is a little bit of beef here, and these two want to settle it, so let's give them a fight, and we will have a break after that. It won't be long, though. I'm just gonna make coffee, and then I'll be back. Maybe use the chance to go to the bathroom, too, stuff like that. Just having a slight headache, so that should help. Okay, they're both in. Ironic, you're gonna take the left. And luck will take the right. And I saw your message, Maestro. I will address that, don't worry. Alright, good luck, guys. Ironic should be selecting Calc, and Luck will be selecting Isabella. There we go. That's going to be an interesting fight. Okay, Isabella against Calc. Ironic going for a stab, testing the waters a little, and there's a good cut. Calc is a pretty good pick against Isabella in general too, so Ironic is in a pretty good spot. He seems pretty familiar with Calc. And a lot of characters at this point, to be honest. He's doing that same shuffling he started picking up from Brzezowski. There's another stab. Nice cut. So Ironic has an advantage right in the opening here. Maestro brought up a good question. Who do you message about your choice? Message Ironic. How about that? I'll message you directly too. All right, and I think I'll send mine to Ironic too. Is what I'll do. Lunge attempt, but it gets punished actually, and Luck is still in this. Okay, Luck is still in the match, luckily for him. Maybe he'll get lucky and win this first round here. But Ironic is in a good spot. He needs one more. He just has to set it up right. Upward cut. Ironic tries to punish it. Tries to punish it again. Good defense, but he keeps going and goes with the stab. Nicely done. And Ironic will now go with Zera, and Luck will be going with Yazik. So Ironic arguably has an advantage here, but Luck is also using his main, so that's worth noting. I think that's very important to consider. I'm just thinking as far as characters, Zera is usually the one who's favored. That's a trade. It looked like Luck was actually going to win that when they started trading, but thankfully for Luck, it was a double. An attack by Ironic gets punished brutally. That was 3 different hits. Ironic is tired. Okay, that was 4 hits. Man, Ironic was just going full tilt there. But Luck kept his composure, and he wasn't so lucky with his attacks at first, but he got it in the end. Big cut, but it actually gets countered. It wasn't quite close enough. Good attempt by Luck, though. Big thrust, but Ironic follows it up. Luck thought he had an opportunity. That was a good lunge hitting the arm, though. They've both hit each other at this point. And a nasty hit by Ironic connects. Ironic moving in again for the attack. Big cut cancels into a retreat cut, though. Nicely done. That big cut might have landed on its own even. It's hard to tell, though. That I think canceling is usually the best option, though, because it's so telegraphed. So if you're going to telegraph a move, you might as well feint, because then that just makes it really hard to react to. Because you could just go through with that big telegraph move as well. So your opponent could be left not knowing what to do. And Ironic got another good kill. Ironic needs one more. Ironic's been a top competitor for this tournament, but it does have a loss, so... And again, a beautiful cut. Taking the hand right off. Alright, Ironic is going to go with Isabella now, and Luck is going to go with Bara. Lunge attempt. And finally gets the hit there. Nicely done by Luck. Ironic was trying to counter, but he was a bit too far. That was interesting. It looked like Ironic did a Unterhau, which I understand, but it was almost like he did a high guard cut animation at the same time, if that makes sense. It was just a weird animation. um, the fact is he had a cut set up and he was hitting his opponent, so these small things don't really matter. It's just the animation looked weird. Kind of like he was doing 2 attacks at the same time, like I think he was just doing really quick inputs and the game bugged slightly. That was a good thrust. It was actually a double thrust, because it stopped for a second, then, or half second, and Ironic just kept going. He had the clear opening, so that was the right move. Big cut, however, gets sniped in the thigh. And Ironic barely manages to force the double. It looked like it was luck for a moment there, but luck was once again unlucky. And he better start getting lucky here, because if he loses this fight, then Ironic will take it. Good attempt at an upward cut, but Ironic follows up his cuts with a thrust. Beautiful thrust right to the center of the chest, and resulting in an instant kill. Alright, nice cut from long guard. That's a tricky move that Barra has, but Ironic defended it nicely, and there's a retreat cut. Good fight, guys, but Ironic managed to seize an early advantage, so that was pretty decisive. Alright. So I will take a break now. It won't be for very long, like I said. Luck, just stay in the Parsec, though, because we're gonna call on you as soon as I come back. And hopefully have better luck against Stuntman. Alright. I'll stop with the luck jokes. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Sorry for the wait. And message received, Luck. Alright. So Luck should still be in Parsec. Yes, he is. Awesome. And you're gonna be fighting Stuntman this time. And here's your link, Stuntman. Awesome. And I'm gonna deal with the names. Luck is on the left, Stuntman on the right. And after this, I fight Maestro Cake, which will be a very important match. Right, Isabella against Yendrick. We'll see if Luck was paying attention. Maybe he'll try the tactic I was using earlier. That worked. So I got this maple flavored coffee, by the way, and I'm very disappointed. It doesn't have a strong flavor at all, to me anyway. It's kind of just this weak coffee with maybe a slight maple flavor, so... Oh well. Didn't get very many of them, so... I'm a bit of a coffee snob, so it has to be, some strong, good stuff. That was a good thrust. I'm also a snob for maple syrup like every Canadian is, so if the maple flavor is pathetic, I'm not gonna be impressed. It's kind of that artificial, weak maple flavor. Hey, Eve. The tourney's going well. We just resumed. We got 2 more rounds of the round robin to go. Yeah, there you go. Luck is doing exactly what I was doing against Stuntman earlier with Isabella. Who's the front runners so far? I'd say Maestro and I are the front runners. Currently, Maestro is in the lead, though. I have to defeat him if I have any chance of bringing it back. I believe Ironic is also a runner-up too. But because he lost to Maestro Cake, that is a pretty bad position for him for sure. Anyway, Luck is about to win this first round here. The problem Yendrick continues to face is that he doesn't have a lot of blade to work with, whereas Isabella has tons of it to work with. But if Stuntman can force Luck back like that, he can certainly get some really good hits. Both characters counter each other pretty well. But I'm a bit biased in favor of Isabella, so... And I think she does have an advantage despite that, so... And yeah, Luck takes it here. Hasn't played Isabella before, but has learned some things from watching other people and is doing pretty well. Okay, so Luck has Zara now, and Stuntman is going with Marie, I believe. We've actually seen Marie do pretty well against Zara this tournament, which was quite surprising. I managed to get some really clean stabs in there. Maestro did too. So Stuntman is going to want to play this very precisely because any mistake puts him in a lot of danger. Just like that, yeah. Even though he almost recovered from the mistake, Zara is just really quick at recovering from those types of situations. And when you're in that close against the longsword, you're in a lot of trouble. So the key as Marie is you need to just get really powerful stabs in that kill him either right away or damage him enough such that you can follow it up with another. And unfortunately, luck is showing us why this matchup tends not to go in Marie's favor. Zara has just enough reach to threaten her even when she tries stabbing oftentimes. So and the fact that the sword can just crash through the rapier's defense too. Marie has to try and avoid blade contact and find a good stab around his defense. And that was a good attempt by Stuntman, but he was too close. Yeah, Maestro is bleeding, yep. But if I do defeat him, and that does put me in a good spot to win still. But that's a big if. Alright, good stab by Stuntman. He's doing the right thing here. Yeah, there you go. Good stab to the arm. Three-way tie for second. Yeah, it would be a tie, but it comes down to who beat who. And I think because Maestro defeated you, and assuming I defeat him, I would be ahead. But that's assuming I don't get another loss, though, right? Because anything can happen even after that fight. It's an important fight, but it's not a fight that I think decides anything necessarily. But a very important one all the same. That last round will be crucial too. But either way, I mean, if all three of us get the same score, that'd still be incredible. And it's something you should be happy with for sure. You also defeated me, that is true, but I think that's how it orders it, so. Anyway, we will see what it has to say when the time comes. And there you go, Luck with another kill. If Luck gets another kill, you'll be in a very good spot, and he'll have his access to Yazik, his main, and of course Stuntman will be using Barabash, so he put Izzy in the back. I'm mentioning that now because it doesn't really matter. Their picks are set in stone at this point. Oh my goodness, big cuts, but Stuntman showing us why attacking the blade sometimes is not a very good idea. But Stuntman kept going, and that incoming, sorry, Luck kept going, and that incoming cut got him. So nicely done. We just need Luck needs one more. Stuntman is hoping for a comeback here. He's gonna go with Barabash, yes, and then Luck is gonna go with Yazik. So we're seeing a fight between two similar characters. I imagine Luck's experience with Yazik will really show here, but you never know. Okay, actually, Stuntman with the first point, though. He's doing a very good job. That was a good snipe, and now, yeah, Luck was tired, so Stuntman just had to keep pressing the attack. You know, Stuntman's strategy is actually quite interesting. He has his harder hitters, I would say, in the back. So, if his Barabash does just well enough, what he can do then is he can dominate the late game when his opponent thought that they were going to win. It might seem like a reckless strategy, and it's a strategy that I'm sure many players here don't agree with, but it almost worked against me. So it's a bit of a gamble for sure, but it's really interesting to see him approach it the opposite way. And I'm sure some people maybe spread their mains across their list too, instead of just one way or the other. That's another way to approach it, but Stuntman almost got the arm again. Parries that incoming cut with his own cut. He probably needed to do that because his guard was a little bit low. So Luck is having to chase Stuntman a bit. Good exchange of swords, and there's a double. And nice kill by Stuntman, a flawless win. He was controlling the pace of the fight very well there. Alright, man, we got Zera against Barabash. Oh, there's a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. I'll just unpause it briefly, see if you're both fine. Yeah, okay. Maybe just a slight leg spike. Okay, some retreat cuts by Stuntman. Nice hit there in the arm. Lunge attempt by Luck, but it pays for it. By the way, for my fight against Maestro, I had Maestro message ironic. And so I messaged Ironic as well, so both of us have absolutely no idea what we're up to. My goodness, that was a beautiful cut to the head. And we're seeing the potential advantage of Stuntman's strategy here. Now he's building momentum. And there's a retreat cut with Zera. Stuntman has his main in the back, so... And I don't like Luck's chances with Marie, I don't think, but... Not impossible. And there was a pommel strike, and then he finishes it up with the windmill. Luck was afraid when Zera started rushing like that. He's very terrifying. All sorts of things Zera can do to you in that situation, so... Alright. Final characters, we got Luck with Marie against Stuntman with Isabella. And then I get to fight Maestro after. I'll just take a bathroom break after this round here. This crappy maple coffee's doing that to me. It's like maple water, honestly, to me. I don't know. But it's like the artificial flavor, like I was saying earlier, so it's not even particularly good maple flavor. Alright, good stab by Luck, though. You never know, Luck could get lucky here. um, so Isabella has the advantage of being really good and close, and, you know, she can obviously knock that rapier aside. But Luck has a really good point game with Marie, of course. And so Marie has some advantages too, like reach and um, the maneuverability of the point. Blade beat by Stuntman, but he's too far to capitalize. That's a shame. It was a good tactic, but again, that's the problem sometimes when you beat the Blade instead of hitting the opponent. It's definitely a good tactic to beat Marie's Blade, but you gotta do it in a good position. Stuntman is trying to figure something out now. He's not sure what to do. He goes with high guard cut, sort of YOLOing it, and it works. It's not a bad tactic. You just gotta do it kind of smartly. You can't just run into the point sort of thing. You gotta find a moment where your opponent could threaten you, but is not like poised to immediately kill you. At least not likely poised to. And so Stuntman's in a good spot now. It's 3-3. Down to the wire. A lot of these matches have been down to the wire. Very good tournament, by the way, guys. Everybody's been doing well. Stuntman is adapting really well. He's making a good adjustment. And I can safely say everybody in this tournament has put on a good show. You know, regardless of the place you've got, At one point or another, all of you have done really well against a skilled opponent at one point or another, so even with characters you're not necessarily familiar with, so it's always really nice to see. And a bunch of hits by Luck, and Luck tries to capitalize, finally gets a stab to the leg. Yeah, Stuntman was just forced into a corner there, and he was struggling. Alright, Stuntman managed to get the point in the end. Luck was doing really well, but he, I think, overextended when he started drawing blood, and he got too close. That was the main problem. He should have tried to disengage and allow Stuntman to attack before proceeding again. But very good fight, very close fight. You both played that very well. Okay, I'm just gonna head to the bathroom really quickly. Be right back. Let's get Maestro in here. Yes, I predict we will be done by around 4 hours. That is a bit long by my standards, not ridiculously long, but usually my tourneys are like three hours, so. But this is a long format by its nature, so. And we're doing a round robin too, so that's also worth noting. If we had enough for an elimination, it might have been more reasonable. But really enjoyed it, the whole thing though, so I don't mind that it took some time. Let's see here. I will get the left side, Maestro will get the left. Ironic, just message me if Maestro doesn't pick what he sent you. That's how we'll do it. Yeah, at this point I have no idea, so let's see what Maestro picks. I sent Ironic my characters too, so, you know, call me out, of course, if I do the same thing too. Alright, interesting. Yazek, and I'm gonna use Laszlo. Good luck. Alright, let's see what he picks for this second round. Of course, I'm going with Isabella. Zara, okay. Let's see how this goes. Maestro's using his main, I'm using my main. Glad I got those early victories, but it's still anybody's game. Let's have a look. Alright, I'm using Marie. Bada bash, okay. Gonna play at the top of my game here, because Maestro's still pretty familiar with this character. I'm familiar with Marie too, but Bada bash I think is a pretty good counter, so... Okay, that was strange. Thankfully he got the kill in the end. He deserved it. Wow. His cut bounced off me somehow. Okay. I'll take it. I just completely stunned him with that. He was trying to sidestep me. I see what he was trying, but... Ooh, set it aside. Nice. Ah, yeah, there's the problem. There's a bit of a telegraph to the cut. Can't rely on it anymore, I don't think. Nice by Maestro. Okay. Goes to show the move's not broken, too. He easily parried it, so... Alright. And we're gonna switch roles, it looks like. If anything, cutting was actually the more effective tactic for most of that fight, so... That was a crazy cut kill I got, though, that one. Where I just, I poked him once, but I got mostly cut hits on him. Anyway, good luck. Nicely done. Yeah, I should have probably done something like that at some point. It didn't cross my mind in time. Good attempt. Good attempt. It's down to this. And good try, Maestro. You got too close, unfortunately, but put up a very good fight and very good comeback with Barabash there, and when we were reversed there, and good fights in general. Very good fights. And GG. All right, we finally gonna get Oak back in here. It feels like it's been forever, and Ironic in here too. So let's send the links. Yes, Oak doesn't need one. Awesome, he's waiting. Bloodlusted. Completely frozen for one of the flags. Couldn't pause. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm glad we haven't had that issue pop up with too many people very often, though. So there's that, at least. But yeah, whenever it does happen, it's very unfortunate, though. Yeah, so as long as I win my next fight here, I'm in good shape. Alright, Ironic is in. And Oak will take the left. And let me just double check that nobody's messaged me about any last minute changes. I'll do that on my phone. Should be good to go though. Yeah, we're good to go. If I do change mine, one of you will get a message from me, of course. Ironic. I think I'll message Ironic if I change it, so. Alright, Oak on the left. Ironic on the right. I initially messaged Maestro with that, but I'm changing it up just to show we're not rigging it or anything. I know Maestro especially would call me out if I was playing unfair somehow. As he should. As he should. Certainly with rules like that, so. Alright. Let me just double check. Yes, Ironic should be using Calc. And yep, Oak should be using Laszlo. So we're good to go. I've noticed the left side's been winning a bit more this time, but that's just how it goes sometimes. We've seen a variety of results. It's kind of interesting to see who wins on what side most often. So Ironic's in a good spot here because I think Calc has an advantage over Laszlo. More so than characters like Yazik or Bara because Laszlo has less reach than they do. As far as speed goes, Laszlo is good, but he has gaps in his defense that Calc can easily exploit. And I feel like Yazik and Barabash cover themselves up better with their sword, so it's by no means unwinnable, but Oak has to find a way to really close in. And the problem is if he's too aggressive about it, or impatient, I should say. Yeah, aggressive isn't quite the right word. If he's too impatient about it, Ironic can just stab him, or even cut him. And those cuts are just as dangerous. A lot of people talk about Calc stabs, but the cuts hit just as hard as any saber, so. You gotta take advantage of the fact Calc is slow in my experience. And so Oak is keeping his distance, but yeah, that's kind of the problem. If you keep your distance for a bit too long. In that case, I don't think it was an error on his part, though. It was just that he misjudged the the reach of that thrust. It goes pretty far, and the damage lingers for a bit. Like the thrust can be thrown, and you can move forward thinking you're safe, but then all of a sudden you're hit. And then there's another kill for Ironic. Ironic obviously looking to win as many fights as he can here to hopefully get second. I think he can get first still. Maybe? I'm not exactly sure. The thing is, I defeated Maestro, so it would depend on if Maestro lost or something or not. But yeah, he's still in a good spot to get like second or third at the very least. But I think if things go a very specific way, Ironic can still win. Maestro is still in the contention though. Despite my win, it was a very important win. But if say he wins and I lose, then I think that's a good spot for him and he would win. Okay, Ironic needs one more, but Oak has been closing the gap. He's been figuring some things out. Making good use of his neutral guard to block those thrusts, actually. That's an underrated method of blocking stabs. It can be a bit risky, but characters with auto block do actually try to defend stabs as well, if you distance yourself properly. It's not as effective, but in this game anyway, but it can allow you to sort of get control over a blade or set it aside and move in. It's a bit more challenging against someone like Calc who can also cut, but Oak's sort of patient strategy of baiting out attacks from Ironic is working. And that gives him that opportunity he needs to close in. And Calc's stamina is not nearly as good as Laszlo's, so in a battle of attrition like this, Kalkstein is not going to have a good time. And he's not very quick, so he can't catch Laszlo so easily. Stab attempt, I see what Ironic's trying to do. He's trying to catch Oak unawares with those, but Oak by now knows about them, and unfortunately he went for a stab and Ironic countered it with a countercut. Nicely done by both fighters. So Ironic should be very happy with that performance because Oak was using his main there, his strongest character. But now we're going to see a Kalkstein from Oak. And I think Kalkstein in general is a very good anti-saber. And I think we're going to see Zera from Ironic. Yes, Ironic picked Zera as I recall. I think he was checking with me, that's all good, or checking his list. Alright. So Zera can be a pretty good counter to Kalkstein, and of course, Ironic is very familiar with Zera and has put on a good show of him before, so I'm sure he's not worried. Bit of feinting there to start by Oak. I'm not exactly sure how you do that, the little blade twirl with Calc. I think that's just a feinted move, like you cancel it. Feinted cut. I'm not familiar with Calc, so, and that's Kalkstein's version of the Incortada right there. We don't see that very often. Because people have learned certain other stabs are usually more meta, but there is a time and a place for that one. And so Oak is in a good place right here. Kalkstein at the very least has a very good guard, so if you're trying to guard against Zera's attacks, Calc is one of the better characters to do that with, and very good sidestep. Unfortunately, Zera's stab doesn't always have the best tracking. Especially if the way Oak chose to dodge it, he wasn't moving as Ironic did the attack. He moved after Ironic started moving in that direction, so Zera is much less likely to be able to recover in time when you do that. It's not the same with Isabella's thrust, though. Isabella's thrust is very good at catching people who try sidestepping, so... But against Zera, a very good option. Oak getting tired, actually, but he gets some hits. But actually, Ironic's getting tired, too. Oak's got some hits in. Ironic got a hit in. Good stab to the arm. Oak is playing this perfectly. So Ironic has to figure something out here. And there's that blade twirl, I love it. And then there's a stab, another stab. Another stab, but Ironic dodges it with his Werchow. Nicely done. There's Werch Copter. Though it's not really a really good Schwarzkopter though if you compare it to the real thing, but it's Zera, so that makes sense. And there's a stab to the chest. I hope we get a character who can actually Schwarzkopter. Isabella used to be able to do it, but not anymore. So hopefully we get that Peter von Danzig character who can do it. The Zwerk is one of my favorite moves, so it's a shame that the one Isabella does cannot be followed up, and it's sort of very niche in the ways you can use it. Alright, so Oak is in a good spot, needs one more. Ironic trying to figure something out, he's backed in the corner. And Oak now has initiative. Ironic goes for a thrust that was dangerous, but it kept Oak at bay. And Ironic moves in. Good cut, but he also got stabbed in the leg, and so he's limping. However, he manages to work up the speed to get that stab off. Windmill, but also Oak got a hit as well, but Oak is injured. Not quite tired, but he is injured. And a cut to the head by Ironic, despite taking another hit. It wasn't a very good hit. Ironic's figuring out a way to go on the offensive, which is probably what he needs to do, because Oak is just picking him apart with the stabs. He just has to find the good timing for it, and that could have been punished. That was dangerous, but it's an interesting tactic of dashing in, dashing out, trying to bait attacks out or get Oak a little bit scared, because obviously if Zera gets too close, that could be a problem. Unfortunately, he took a hit, and Oak is going to try and capitalize possibly, and he manages to. Ironic tried rushing in, but he wasn't able to get an attack off before Oak was able to cut his head. That was a really beautiful cut to the head by Oak, so 1-1. Okay, Ironic is using Isabella, and Oak is using Yazuk. Alright. So this one's gonna be down to the wire, too. It's probably a big part of why this tournament's been going for a bit. But I'm not complaining. That means more fights. That means more intense fights. The pressure is higher. And we see more matchups, too, right? So that's part of the fun. Nice snipe there by Oak, hitting the head right down the middle. Swerch how. I don't think Ironic meant to do that though, and he tried to recover, but Oak got a hit. Kubel needs to change that. If there's one thing beyond obviously the recovery nerfs to Isabella, I don't want to say like nerf her into oblivion though. I just mean make the animation smoother. That'll make the doubles look reasonable too and stuff. But beyond that, I think Isabella also shouldn't have Zwerchow on high guard to where it's so easy to accidentally throw it, because most often when you do high guard, let's face it, you want to come straight down. You don't want to do his Zwerchow, so if Isabella's gonna have his Zwerchow, it should be a more deliberate move. And there's some niche situations where the Zwerch is actually better, but they're few and far between, unfortunately, at least because of how the move is implemented. It's not the best. When you do it properly, though, and you manage to catch an opposing attack, it does look cool, though, I will admit. It's just that Isabella used to be able to do that much quicker. Honestly, removing it entirely might be best, because obviously Kubel doesn't want that to be one of her most prominent techniques, so he wants her to be more Fiore, less Lichtenau or Von Danzig, so anyway, Oak needs one more. And he gets it. That thrust was not enough to kill. It was a bit messy, whereas that cut was more convincing, so okay, we got another to go though. If Oak wins this one, he wins the whole match though. So Oak with Samuel against Ironic's Samuel actually. Ironic has decided to use Samuel in that spot now. So I know Ironic actually has put on a good performance with him before, so he knows what he's doing. And I know he really likes this specific style that Samuel uses too. That was a good stab by Oak. It got beat a bit, but it still managed to land. You could argue Ironic should have survived because of that, but it's hard to say. It depends on how deep it went, right? Alright, good cut to the arm. Thrust attempt by Oak, and nice exchange. Ironic going with that backwards attack there. I don't know if it was advisable, and unfortunately he was tired, so that's an easy thrust for Oak. Oak was just picking him apart that whole time. Ironic holding up well. He was certainly able to delay it, but wow, that was quite a punch there. Ironic managing to recover. Big cut by Oak. Some of them out of range. He has to be careful with those thrusts. That actually turned into a push cut by Ironic. Only a slight hit. And they're both meeting each other with really quick attacks here. They're trying to play it safe. But you can tell Oak is the one trying to apply pressure, and that was a really good sidestep to the leg there. That's actually one of Samuel's better moves, I think. If you want to change up the tempo all of a sudden and attack a target that your opponent might not be expecting. And that nearly went poorly for Ironic. His blade got a bit tied up, but he forced a double. By the way, Oak, you are going to be fighting me for the final match. If you want to change your lineup, it'll probably be better to to tell Ironic or something. If you want to keep it like totally secret. Yeah, just a heads up. I would never change my lineup specifically based on what you've sent me. I would never do that, but if you want to be extra sure, that's a good way to do it. Anyway, Oak is ahead, but Ironic is still putting up a fight. Alright, there's a trade. Oak needs one more. Ironic is not going down without a fight, but he's still down in flags. Snap cut by Ironic. That sidestep attack is actually really nasty, and we've seen it from Koala where he can just combo that together. And unfortunately, Oak didn't quite land his attack, so Ironic gets a point. I think it's especially effective in HEMA because of the way the stunning works and the fact that the fight is not broken up. Something about that. And just the janky nature of it at times. To be fair, the game in general can be janky, but I just feel like sometimes in HEMA it happens a bit more often. Okay, some good fencing so far. They're playing it very safe. Oak is the one, you can tell though, really controlling the pace of the fight. Ironic is reacting. He's not being very proactive because Oak is forcing him into the corner here. Good attempt at the snap cut, but Oak is able to block it, and there's a stab. Samuel's guard is very good, and that was a really well-placed stab, ending the fight. Good effort by Ironic, though. That was a really technical fight, especially the Samuel fight, I think. But the others were technical in their own ways, too, because we saw interesting matchups, so... Okay, we're on the final round. Alright, we got Maestro against Luck. Maestro obviously hoping for a victory here. That's his best shot at maintaining second place or possibly getting first if I lose. My next fight here. Alright, I'll get you guys the link shortly. I was just dealing with the names. And then we got Ironic against Stuntman. Really excited to see that fight. And my fight against Oak will be a banger too. Alright, good luck to both of you. Okay, so Maestro is on the left, of course. He's going to be going with Isabella. Luck will be going with Yazik now. He made a change. Alright, fighters. Game's taking a bit to load. There we go. There's a little FPS drop as there was loading. There was a bit on. A bit more than normal, I think. But that's fine. It's not anymore. I've noticed a few of those lately, but it's not so much in this map, as I said, so. And I think it happens on the gym map as well. I think Maestro was commenting that he was, like, fighting through molasses, and I think obviously delay was a big part of that, because, you know, he was on an EU host, but I wonder if, FPS drops are at play too, though. Without an FPS counter, it's hard to tell, of course, from the client's perspective. rather than the host perspective who can tell more easily. There's a trade. Luck thought he had it there, but Maestro was able to recover just in time. That's why you gotta be careful attacking tired opponents. They can recover from that pretty quickly. High guard cut by Maestro, but Luck backs away. And Maestro just keeps up the attack as Luck moves in. Luck was disregarding that, and unfortunately, he got hit in the head. Very brutal series of attacks by Maestro. Well, that almost hit, but thankfully Luck backed away. The fact he backed away actually kind of opened him up, but it's a good thing he did, I think, because if he didn't, he would have probably still been hit. And Luck was able to recover and get a point. That was a really sneaky move by Maestro that a lot of Isabella mains like using. You do the B cut, and then all of a sudden you stab. And that was a really good snipe, punishing the high guard by Luck. Perfect distancing there. Maestro probably thought he was at a safe distance there, but Yazig has that long-range cut from long guard. And then high guard by Maestro, there you go. There's the high guard cut. He just threw it instead of holding high guard. I think that's often the best way to use that move. There are times when high guard, like just holding the high guard and threatening your opponent is a good option too, though. B cut by Maestro, backs away. Maestro a little low on stamina, has to be careful. Then there's the high guard cut again. Maestro using his max range and his max power into one attack to ensure that when his attack connects, it'll get a kill. Maestro rushing in, gets a pommel strike, but he actually gets flicked a bit by that sword and it stunned him. He gets a more convincing hit there. And now, yeah, Luck was tired, unfortunately. It was a pretty nasty hit, to be fair. Well, upward cut and then a downward cut by Luck. It's really cool to see these two fight with their mains. Luck is holding up really well. But that retreat cut from Maestro finishes the fight. Luck just didn't have the reach to connect. So now Maestro is using Zera and Luck is using Isabella now. So they're going to have a longsword match. This is definitely Maestro's specialty. The longsword fight, that is. Let's see how Zera does against the Lux Isabella. A very new style that Luck has developed because he hasn't used Isabella a whole lot. So he's sort of using the tricks that he knows from other characters and some of the stuff I mentioned, I think, to inform what he does. He rushes in, doesn't quite land a hit, actually a double there though, interestingly enough. Maestro rushing in, goes for his Wirch, and Luck doesn't quite punish it, but he goes for a stab afterwards, catching Maestro with his guard down. And so Luck actually has the first point because of that double, and that A cut blocked Maestro's cut, and Luck is able to follow it up. That was really nicely done. Luck says this is like his first tournament playing Isabella, but he's already doing really well. That shows his skill as a player, I think. You could argue how powerful Isabella is, too. My goodness, brutal combo by Luck. Nicely done. Luck's very good at that, like just finding the perfect angle with any character he plays, and then just following up with nasty combos. Does that a lot of Yazig, too. You're never safe when you're defending against Luck, it feels like. Alright, so Maestro got a point. He's not out of it yet. He might make an adjustment. His experience here might show, but unfortunately, Luck was able to guard that really well, and that cut helped keep Maestro's blade at bay. It's a really nice thing about that B cut. It's a move Maestro really likes too, certainly if Isabella. That thrust was done from really short range, but he managed to at least get a push cut, and unfortunately that thrust did not land very convincingly, so Luck got the point. Maestro probably should have challenged it with a cut if he was going to challenge it at all. Alright, Yazik and Zera, exactly. Very good win by Luck. I'm sure Maestro was a bit surprised. That was some really good longsword play. Now we got Zera against Yazik, another tough matchup. And Luck might actually have this in the bag. Now there's a double to start off. That often happens. I think Maestro said he has an anti-Zera tactic with Yazik though, so we might see that at play. Maestro just going with a bunch of cuts. And unfortunately, wow, that just buried inside his neck there. Very brutal. It wasn't even a clean cut, it just buried in there. And that's enough to kill though. It'd be cool if Kubel made an option where we can see more detailed wounds. Maybe make it an option, not something you have by default, but... I do know, like, that does impact the rating of the game and all the rest of it. There's considerations outside of realism that we have to consider, right? But it would be kind of neat. At least more accurate wound decals would be nice. But as they are right now, they do look better than they used to, I have to say, so... Okay, he actually parried that first cut with that big cut. Luck, that is, so... And then that second cut was just not enough to stop him, so... Yeah, trading with Zera is just a really difficult proposition. Thrust attempt by Maestro, but it stopped. Big cuts by Luck, and they're working because Maestro just doesn't have the stopping power to prevent them. And up close, Maestro struggles to guard because he's throwing these cuts. That cut, I think, hit his head, but that doesn't matter. He kept going. It looked like it did anyway. It's hard to tell. But yeah, he kept going and got the hit regardless. So it's 2-1 in favor of Luck at this point. Luck needs one more. Maestro not out of it though. Maestro going with Barra, of course, and Luck is going with Barra as well, so we're going to see a mirror match. And you know what's funny? We're going to see a mirror match after this, too, if Maestro manages to win, and that's going to be Marie against Marie. So, really excited to see that. It's funny how a lot of people have decided to put Barra, like, in the back. He's a really common character people have as a backup. And I'd say Marie is also a really common one, so... So it's really interesting. A lot of people decided they at least need a rapier character, you know? And I think that makes a lot of sense, because there are certain matchups where Marie just excels and other characters don't really. Of course, with Ironic especially, it makes sense, because rapiers are his specialty. So Maestro got an initial kill. There's another kill for Maestro. Momentum's on his side now. Yeah, I see what Maestro's trying to do. That's a really neat trick where if someone long guards, you can upward slash to hit the arm directly. And that was a good hit to the head. Luck exposed himself a bit with that lunge. And I think Maestro's experience is starting to take over. Both use long guard. Luck got a slight hit. Luck lunges in under Maestro's attack. Maestro's attack was done at too close of a range, I think. That's a very long range cut. And that was a really cool shot. Oh, Maestro trying to sidestep. That's a tricky one to land. I struggle to land that one too. I find when I try it, I usually just get hit. Yeah, he's trying it again. It's a good move to get past guards and good snap cut. Countering the Thunder Punch. We see the Thunder Punch a lot in this tournament, actually, but unfortunately the Thunder Punch rarely works. And I'm wondering if people are doing it by mistake. Or if they're just trying to be cool. I respect it if they're trying to be cool, don't get me wrong. It's a move that has quite the legacy in the community, because it used to be a really good move. And commentators would just call it out every time it happened. Maestro did a Thunder Punch right there. But again, we see it not achieving a whole lot. It's a bit unfortunate. I wish it was at least like Alexander's jump, where it's a bad move, but like if it lands, it can still do some damage. I don't know. It is a stab to the center of the chest, after all. It's not nothing. I don't know. And there's a bit of a trade going for lunges. Luck really loves those lunges, and that's a double. And I think it's a good attack, actually, to initiate with, as long as you're careful of doing so at a point when your head's not in danger. Upward slash. Yeah, that's a very lethal move with Barabash. And so Luck is actually getting some points. He's very determined to take this one, because if he does, he wins this whole match here. Good snipe to the arm, no kill, but that's all that damage is crucial. And unfortunately, he rushes in. Unfortunately, when Barabash rushes in, he does a little twirl with his sword, just like Yazuk, and it looks kind of dumb at times, but yeah, he was completely open. It looks cool at times for sure, like it's a good way to feint, I suppose, but I see why he does it. I just think very often when players want to dash in, they're not trying to open themselves up like that. They're just trying to close the distance. So it'd be nice if that was more of an optional thing, something the player manually does, you know? Oh well. At least after that you can do a Thunder Punch, you know, that's all that matters. Alright, Maestro with Marie, and of course Luck is going with Marie. He goes for the double lunge. That's a kill right off the bat. And Marie does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, in HEMA, she doesn't seem to do nearly as much. So when we see her outside of HEMA, the fights definitely do look better. That's another kill, a shot straight to the heart. Maestro is trying to beat the blade down, but as I found when I was fighting him, the cuts are a good tactic, but the problem is there's a bit of a wind-up to them, so you gotta be a bit careful. They're not particularly slow, I don't think. It's just the initial wind-up is slow. She makes up for it with reach, though, so it makes sense. Especially with the way the rapier is constructed. Where the balance is and whatnot. And there's a stab by Maestro catching Luck as he runs in. This is anybody's game, I think. And again, we're seeing a fight go straight to the final round. It's crazy how often this has happened. And this makes it all the more intense for both fighters here. Luck sees an opportunity, he has an opening, and he keeps going. Yep, in Cortada. That's how you do it. That point was past Maestro's blade, and I don't think he was holding long guard the whole time, so that was a good opportunity. Maestro trying to stab up and over, and then he goes for the Y thrust. That thrust up and over is actually a good move, too. You just gotta be careful of the range you use it at. And Maestro going sidestep X, he's trying to beat the blade down maybe, or invite his opponent in with an opening. A false opening, that is. And I think Luck's trying to do the same thing with that low guard a little bit. And there's the B thrust. That's a good way to counter the double lunge. You just gotta set it up right. It's something I gotta hit the lab and practice more, but when you do it at the right time, it's a very reliable counter. And Luck did a very good job of demonstrating that. Luck needs one more. Double thrust. It doesn't land. Maestro replies with one of his own. The Incortada is not quick enough. And this is down to the last flag, guys. This is intense as hell. Like I said, anybody's game. Maestro of high guard, he's clearly trying to either hit the head or beat the blade down. Then he switches and goes for the long guard thrust. And Maestro wins. But considering he has more experience with Marie than Luck does, Luck should be very happy with that performance, I think. And Luck has consistently been doing well against a variety of opponents, so he's not to be trifled with. Good fight, guys. Very good fight. Now we got Ironic against Stuntman. And you two are done, by the way, since that's round 5, so... So a bit of a long format, guys. I apologize for that. We're actually getting... It's like 4 hours, 30 minutes at this point, but... At least we know. We know now. Oh, Ironic might be leaving? I don't know. That's a shame, because he was a runner-up. Yeah, I understand. We might not do this very often, Ironic, so... Yeah, I'm definitely with Oak here, but I also understand Ironic's perspective, so... This tourney has gone on for a long time. I totally get it. Um... I guess message me if you come back, Ironic, but... It looks like he's forfeited, so... Stuntman, you get a free win. Oh, well. I'm kind of anxious to finish it, in a way. But it was a lot of fun. I totally understand his perspective. I almost finished our fight with Oak here. Let's not do that. Alright, come in, Oak. We'll have you fight now. You'll get the left side. And yeah, we're both sticking with our same list. We acknowledge that. And yeah. So no foul play going on, anything of the sort. We're just gonna fight with our current lineup. So good luck, have fun. And Oak should have keyboard and all the rest of it, because I have that setting, so should be over pretty quick. Let me just check. I got a ping. Hang on. Best tournament I have played of yours by far. That's really good to hear, Luck. Thank you for that. I'm glad you're really enjoying it. Yeah, let me check my list quickly so I make sure. All right, yeah, we're having a Laszlo mirror. That's gonna be cool. Yeah, sorry, stuntman. I really wish he'd stay, but yeah. Instead of 5, yeah. 3 might be good. It does take a while, you know. And yeah, 3 it makes it more meaningful. That's a good point. I was basing it off a game that I saw where it's a format just like this. It's a Pokemon game actually, Pokemon Battle Revolution. And there's an arena where you choose Pokemon like in this exact way. You choose 5 of them, and then your opponent chooses 5 of them, but you don't know which ones, and so you get put in matchups you don't expect and whatnot. And it's a lot of fun. And it's just like those martial arts team tournaments, right? It's a similar concept, and you see a similar concept in some fighting games too. So I thought it'd be fun. It's a shame Ironic forfeited, but I also understand why. So anyway, I'm gonna focus on the fight here. Not very respectful to half focused on the fight, you know, when so much is on the line. Wow, that was crazy exchange right there. We both just stood still and did a parry riposte, parry riposte. That was cool. The Vineyard. Got it. Ah, he punished the Vineyard. I can't do that anymore. The Vineyard only works like once, I find. But Vineyard somehow makes it work the whole time. Unless you're on your toes. I'm on fire with Laszlo today. Certainly after Stuntman defeated me. Ah, yeah, the thrust was not a good choice there. He ducked under. Nicely done. Oh, damn, perfect timing. Yeah, this is Oak's main, so it's a tough, a tall order for sure. Oh, perfect. Nicely done, Oak. Nicely done. I did not expect the sudden retreat cut. I should have, though. That was perfectly executed. Alright, so Oak's gonna go with Calc, and I'm gonna go with Isabella. There was some clean exchanges there, too. Just in general. And I see the comment about only 3 characters. Maestro agrees, yeah. And I'm totally up for... If we ever do this again, I'm totally up for making it only 3. That's probably the main reason why it's been so long. I'm glad I didn't do 7 flags. That'd be even longer. Because that does add up. It doesn't sound like much more, 2 more flags, but it adds up as you go. Hopefully IFL isn't too long. It should be like 3 hours, I would think, at most. I don't think it will be that long. Especially since we've already done some of the fights. Well, that's not looking good. He's got one more flag. Nice, nice. Yeah, my cut barely missed there. And that was a clean stab, so... Should probably stop talking. That's probably affecting my focus. Yeah, so I'll try and be quiet now. Still in it. Wow. Your Yazik is really good, I gotta say. Okay, he's got Samuel, and I gotta use Marie. It's, damn. Not in a great situation, it's doable, but I've seen his Samuel, and it's really good, so I'm not particularly confident here, but gotta give it my all. I gotta win every fight from now on, though. I can't lose anything. Otherwise, Oak takes it. So, good luck. Yeah, ironic forfeited. A lot of the moves, and we stress tested his long guard pretty good with that double lunge, so and it held up, so and very well done. You switched up your tactics when you needed to, and You shut down everything I threw at you, so good fight. Would have been nice to win it, but Oak definitely earned that with his Samuel there. All right, so that is the tourney, and actually Oak is ahead of me. So there you go. Oak got second place, and I got third place. So well done to Oak. Oak won that fair and square. And Stuntman and Ironic got fourth and fifth respectively, and then unfortunately Luck got last place, but his win was still very impressive against Oak, the guy who got second place. So um, yeah, he did. Oak is a really good fighter. I managed to defeat him with Alex at least, so there is that. But yeah, he defeated me in every other fight, so he did really well. And also, that was his Yazuk, not his Laszlo. So you never know. His Laszlo is very good. But I'll end the stream there. Thank you guys for coming out. It was a short event. Sorry, it was a long event. I meant to say there aren't many people here, but it was a very long event, not a short event at all. Um, But it's actually a good thing we only had 6 people, because if we had like 8 people even, that would have added up fast. And yeah, that would have been quite a long tournament. Long enough as it is. Let's check. 4 minutes. Sorry, 4 hours 40. Man, I'm tired. 4 hours 40 minutes. So it's not fun. Not ideal, but oh well. Hey, but Luck said he really enjoyed it. I think everyone else mostly enjoyed it too. So I'm glad. I'm gonna end it here. Still took home last, so yeah. You'll get it eventually, man. You're a really good player, so especially considering how new you are to the game. So we'll end it here. Thank you all for coming out, and I'll see you tomorrow in the IFL.